that wants to speak under public comment is more than welcome to. Okay. We'll call this meeting to order, and we'll start by roll call. Miss Angelina Hardin,
Here.
Miss Gabby Begay, Mr. Gilbert Guadiana,
Here.
and Mr. Dave Wilgis.
Yes.
And myself, I'm here. You guys can please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This day of the United People of perfect friendship among the United cultures.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the recognition of the 2026 Special Olympics participants, coach, and volunteers. At this time, I'd like to invite Coach Jessica Garcia to the podium to say a few things about the Special Olympics.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to the parents. It's such an honor to be a part of Special Olympics. These kids have so many things that they have to offer, and so giving them the opportunity to shine amongst those that are just like them is just the best feeling for myself, and I know for them as well. So it's just one of my best times of the year. So thank you for that.
Thank you. You guys went to Albuquerque.
Yes.
recently.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been doing it for more than 10 years. I know it's years kind of get added up, but it's like I said, it's one of the best times ever.
Yeah.
Besides winning state championships, taking Special Olympics students up there is it's best.
Good. Well, thank you. With that being, Ms. Board Secretary, Ms. Angelina Hardin, will call out the names and give out some certificates for you.
Jessica Garcia, coach. Volunteer Desiree Amador. Awesome. Volunteer Aaron Amador. Thank you. Now the participants, Gabby Hardin. Come over here. Oh, yeah.
What events were they in? Will you talk about that in a minute?
Sure. There you go. Agustin Adi Jaramillo. Go. And Ace Amador. Let me get it for. Hey.
Okay, we can have the board, if we can have the board stand and take a quick
Yes.
picture with them right here.
Hold on, see that.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Of course. Okay, I don't see Mr. Guadiana. If you want to, there now I.
Where's John? Let's go in.
Adrian's fault. That's what went down.
Perfect.
And we had a little request for Coach Jess Garcia to just give us a little rundown on the events that your participants participated in.
So in order for the students to be able to participate in the state games, they have to go to what's called area games. So that usually takes place in about April, middle of April. They get 2 events that they get into. So our kiddos do the softball throw, and then they do the running events or walking. Gabby does the walking. I think she's almost there at running. But this was her last year. So what we're gonna try and do is we want to get a whole community, so we get Silver involved, because Cobre, the most I've ever taken is 3 students. And so I know in the past 10 years, there's been at least 5. But we haven't had big numbers when it comes to this. I send it out to all the teachers, and I just get whatever teachers have students that want to do it. And so I want to take as many as I can. Hopefully that the board can approve. Maybe we can get some money. They can get uniforms just like any other team in our district, because these kids, they represent Cobre very well.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. everybody. Okay, next on the agenda, we have a recognition of the 15-year anniversary of the Cobre Golf Course. Mr. Guadiana will take that part in.
This is written as a resolution, so I'll read it as such. So it's whereas on June 30th, 2015, Brad Stephen, Drew Limeros, and Mark Limeros took it upon themselves to engage the community and the Kobe School District to build the Kobe High School golf practice facility. The Bayard City Council and Beautification Committee participated and fully supported the building of the practice course. Whereas the aforementioned received donations and through their own contributions transformed an unused portion of the Kobe High School grounds to create a practice course consisting of 2 short-range fairways with sand traps and green, a chipping area with 2 sand traps, and a larger putting green with multiple holes. Whereas they raised donations to obtain and locate a mid-sized shop to work on equipment and the clubs on site at the practice course. Mr. Holgram and Mr. Drew and Mark Demarest spent endless hours working for 11 years, watering, weeding, mowing, repairing, and restoring the grounds as volunteers without any compensation. Mr. Holgram, Drew, and Mark Demarest purchased specialty golf course mowers and equipment using their own money, so to provide the golf course quality field for students to practice on. The golf course has served the entire community as a beautiful place to leisurely walk or a place to take their dogs, avoiding the dangers of the traffic. Therefore, be it resolved that with the utmost gratitude, the Kobe District thanks you, Mr. Holdren, Mr. Demers, Stu Demers, and Brad Demers, Mark Demers, for your grand accomplishments in creating and upkeeping the golf course practice field. Okay, and this will be presented to either 3 of them or just one? Even 3. Okay, put 3 of them. So,
Good. Well, congratulations to them for the 15-year anniversary of the Kobe Golf Course. Next, we'll move on to SFE presentation. I believe we have Mr. Andres Montoya online, and we're ready for you, sir. He's going to adjust the volume just a little bit. We can hear you, but Mr. Tuan will get a little higher for us.
thank you very much, everyone, for giving us the opportunity. My name is Andres.
Is your volume, Mr. Montoya, is that all the way up? And I ask only because our technician's trying to adjust the volume over here. It is. Oh. We're able to hear you if you want to start your presentation. We just want to get a better, hear you a little bit better for the lack of a word. So we can hear you. We can also hear probably a pin drop, so we all have to stay very quiet. And I'm just going to request for Mr. Tuan. Is there any way before we start, Tuan, that there might be some headsets for or some for Mr. Wilkes? Go ahead and speak, Mr. Montoya. It's a little better.
All right. Are you able to see a PowerPoint presentation? All right. Let's show my. Oh, no. Okay, is this better? Okay.
Yes, that's better.
Okay, perfect. So as I mentioned, my name is Andres Montoya. I'm with SFE, and I've been with SFE for 7 years. We are currently the largest food service management company in New Mexico and one of the largest in the country. We've worked with 13 partners in New Mexico alone. We are a food service management company that's dedicated to providing students with fresh from scratch meals. And so the best way to really describe our company is through our 4 principles. We are a food first company. We're founded by chefs. We're still run by chefs. And so the food that's in the center of the plate is the single most important part. And that's ensuring that the students get the best food. We customize our programs and our menus to every single school. And so the menus at every school are very unique to that school. No two menus are alike. We're one of the most innovative companies in this industry. We were the first ones to introduce food trucks to schools, barbecue grills. If you visit some of our districts in New Mexico, such as Hatch and Lordsburg, it's not uncommon for you to even, as you're driving by, to smell fresh chilies roasting. That's how serious we take cooking from scratches. And then the big part is our compassionate leadership. Our company, again, because we are a small privately owned company, we take all matters that involve employees very personally, and so it's not uncommon for you to meet an employee that has our president's cell phone number. And again, all of our trainings and all of our recipes are put together by the employees and by the students that we serve. He wasn't able to make it today, but our local district manager on the ground is Kevin Gutierrez. He is local, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe his aunt actually works for Cobre, and so he will be part of the on-site team. And so you're going to learn several things about SFE, what makes it unique. But all in all, everything we do is dedicated to one goal, and that is to ensuring that students are excited about eating school lunch each and every day. So one of the biggest things that we do for schools is we enhance the menus, we enhance the environment, And we do all that by creating menus that are unique to the district. We take student input, this, from not just creating the menus, but even from incorporating the recipes. And so even we're currently working, we've been at Lordsburg for about 10 years now. We've been at Silver just down the street for a couple of years. And so, and if you were to even ask them how things, what's been the biggest change, one of the resounding messages you'll hear is how many more students are eating. And on any given day, how they're so much more excited about breakfast and lunch. We do this by working together with the staff. That's one of the biggest ways that we're able to accomplish that. So we work with your existing staff. We're able to ensure that they keep their jobs, they keep their hours, their pay, their assignments. We provide them with some of the best in class training. And because we're the fastest growing company in the industry, we also provide them with more opportunities for advancement than any other company. Part of our partnership also includes a huge amount of resources from chefs to our dietitians. And our dietitians not only put on a nutrition education for the students, but they're also ensuring in the background that the menus that the students are receiving are nutritious, and that all the information that comes with the menus, all the nutritional data, the calories, the sugar, all of that's been properly calculated and is properly displayed so that parents and students and staff and nurses can make the best decisions possible. Also, as part of our partnership is all students, parents, and staff have access to the SFE app. Kind of works a little bit like social media. You have access to the entire menu, and the students are able to even go in and see what's on the menu for today or tomorrow or next week. They're able to like items. They're even able to provide us instant feedback to tell us whether they love something or something is just maybe too spicy or not spicy enough. Again, we partner with the school district on a whole other level, not just in the cafeteria, but we want to be that partner that's with you outside the cafeteria as well. We do nutrition education as part of our roving chef program, and that's where our chefs go into your classroom. Of course, we coordinate with the principals and the teachers to put on hands-on nutrition education. We do farmers markets on a regular basis, and that's to expose students to foods that they wouldn't normally eat. We work with the school district on putting together health fairs and introducing students to different types of cuisines, including plant-based foods. And here's a kind of some pictures of students enjoying it, right? There's some kids are having fun. They get dressed up in the chef's hat. They do hands-on demonstrations so that they're starting to learn those habits that they can take home with them.
Mr. Montoya, let me interrupt.
Yeah.
I apologize for interrupting. If you're showing your screen and you're showing us pictures or anything, we're not seeing any of that.
Oh,
So we're just looking at you and listening to you and everything you're saying. Great, but we're not.
oh,
Their presentation isn't showing on our end.
oh. Okay, I'm sorry. Let
No,
me
that's
try
okay.
something. Oh, all right. Let me try this. Okay, now are you able to see pictures?
No, sir. That's the same
Oh.
screen that we saw.
Interesting. Oh, that's unfortunate. I can't figure out what's. Let me try one last thing and then I'll. Oh, I know what I was doing. Okay. Okay, how's this?
Yes. Now we can see, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'll go here. You know what? Here we go. So we'll start here. Well, let me get to this right here. So here's some examples, right? One of the things that we're very proud of is our roving chef, right? And this is the nutrition education that we're able to provide students, where the students receive hands-on experience with our chefs and our dietitians. We come in the classroom or we bring the students into the cafeteria or the kitchen where they learn how to make food that they're able to then take home. And so this is creating habits that the students can then take with them later on, especially as they grow into adults, and they
they get to learn that it's not just about eating Cheetos and also processed foods, but it's learning how to make food from scratch and how to enjoy them. And our nutrition education is not just for students. Here's the bottom center photo also shows an example of the students. I'm sorry, where we're doing this with parents, so that the parents could then take some of these nutrition habits home, and we could start undoing some of these generational habits that that our families are now unfortunately plagued with. And so again, this is now students being able to enjoy fresh cooking. But one of the other great things that we provide as part of our partnership are innovations into the schools. And so as I mentioned earlier, we were the first ones to bring food trucks in our school. It's not uncommon to bring tortilla makers and smokers. And if you go to like Silver or Lordsburg or even Hatch, you know, you'll smell us roasting our own chilies and smoking our own brisket. And so we're very excited about things. And we get very excited about food. But probably the other great thing is creating the environment. As I mentioned earlier, we're chef led, and so our chefs, they look at school food through the lens of a restaurateur, right? And then when we walk into a restaurant, the food has to smell good, it has to look good, but you also have to feel the ambiance. And so we try to recreate a great ambiance for the students so that they're proud of their cafeteria. And so here's just a few more, examples. Here's a photo of one of our food trucks. We actually have a food truck in New Mexico, and it's specifically for our New Mexico school district. And so this is not, the food trucks are very expensive. And so one of the things that we did was we bought a food truck just for New Mexico. And that food truck, we call it the Beast because it's humongous. It just does rounds. And so we rotate it every month. It does a different school district. And so now here comes the photos of the food, right? And so how do we get kids excited? How do we get them coming back? Well, one of the ways is that our food is made from scratch. And our menus, as mentioned, they're custom to the school. And so they're custom. Your menus are not going to be a bunch of chicken nuggets and pizza. Kids could get that anywhere. Our menu consists of locally grown ingredients. We maximize your New Mexico grown program to the fullest. We work with local farms and with local vendors to get the freshest, the closest food possible. We try to stay within season whenever it's reasonable. Because again, we want the students getting the absolute best and freshest food. And so here's an example. We have a burger here that was created and designed by the very own students. They told us what they wanted. They wanted something like a Big Mac. Well, we gave them a healthier version of that, plus it's our own. Here, again, because we cook from scratch, we're making empanada in the middle. And then on the far right, we decided, hey, we're going to have a wings competition. This was during March Madness. And so I believe, they do somewhere between 6 to 8 different kinds of wings. And again, it's about giving the students variety. And I don't know how many options you currently have now. You offer your students now, but for us, one of our standards is for breakfast, at least having 2 to 3 options at the minimum. And then for lunch, K through 5 would have 3 to 4 options. 6th through 8th grade would have 6 options, and then your high schoolers would have upwards of 10 options. Because we want them to have that variety, because we want them to eat. Again, keeping food like the salad bar, not just filling it with with the bare minimum that's required by the USDA, but filling it with foods that are exciting, with roasted corn salads. Again, things that the students are going to be very proud of. And then here's another quick snapshot of some of the foods. We have a pozole, we have a pho. In the center, you have a taco salad. I mean, our foods are truly exciting. And so I know I kind of skipped through, I kind of rushed through a lot of it because I want to be respectful of your time. But some of the key takeaways that I want you to leave with is one, all employees would be retained. There's a misconception that employees lose their jobs and employees lose their hours and lose their pay. All employees would be retained at their pay, at their hours. No one would lose, everyone would be kept whole. Your students would receive more options than they've ever had. Just ask, the happy parents and happy students over at Silver, just next door. And the other part is a significant financial improvement. Because we're a large company, we know how to reduce waste. We know how to maximize purchasing, and we know how to really leverage all the programs such as your USDA commodities, New Mexico grown, and everything, and as well as sourcing grants that we believe your program should be operating at a break even, at the very least, a break. And so if you're having to subsidize, and I'm not sure, I was trying to find some data online, to exactly how much this district is currently subsidizing food services, but we believe that you should be at a break even, and we believe that that's what we can get you at. And so that being said, that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions.
Okay, I believe we do have some questions.
No.
No, Mr. Williams?
Like I said,
There are some samples next door.
Yes, so my understanding, part of your presentation is that we take a 10-minute recess and go next door. Anybody from the public, including us, is invited. But we'll ask you a few questions before we take the recess, if that's right.
look, you mentioned the roving chef, and it would look like that could serve as part of our innovations program, where we get students to work as employees for certain companies, and we pay them while they learn the trade that's provided by that employer. Do you offer that kind of participation for students?
Absolutely. And so many of the districts, if not all of them, we have programs where we're able to hire on the school students. And as part of their either CTE or STEM program, they get paid, whether it's through the school or through us, but absolutely 100%.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Dr. Gutierrez or Mr. Piper? You, Ms. Suzanne, Chivita, any questions?
Summer and school season both.
Mr. Montoya, did you hear that?
Is that summer and school season both?
Yes, we're able to serve as a district for both regular school year and the summer feeding. And we're also able to incorporate other programs most districts aren't aware they qualify for, such as snack or even supper.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Montoya, if I'm not mistaken, if I see this clearly, you all provide the food services, of course. You all provide ordering and getting things ready for us, and our employees will be retained. And the district is still going to be pretty much in charge of how much they make, if they get a raise, stuff like that, or because you're a private company, do you all determine that, or does that? How do you work together with the district as far as compensation for, even our coordinators that are there already, and then the command staff that they have there at the lunch? Does that change?
So probably the easiest way to explain this is that we're a concierge service. This is your program 100%. You are in control of the program. We are there to provide the support services. We do the purchasing, we do the menus, we manage the day-to-day program, but we manage it the way you want us to. And so, especially like in the case when it comes to employee raises, we would work with the district to ensure that we are in step and that we are aligned on the same goals, and that we're not either providing too much or too little when it comes to raises or even hours or changes to the staffing program. Everything we do it in sync with the district to ensure that your goals are being met, both financially and from a student outcome.
Okay, so in essence, you come in and you do all this ordering and everything that you just explained, but our employees still stay as employees of the district. They still follow our policies here. They still follow everything that's going on. And who supervises them? Does everything still stay the same and you guys just come in, or you guys come in with actually, some bosses, for lack of a better word?
Yes, I completely understand. So yes, so there's different models, and again, because we want to create a custom program for the school. And so one of the most common models is the employees would remain corporate employees. And so we would bring in a chef manager, and that chef manager supervises those employees. And that's the chef manager also provides the training and does the menuing and the ordering, and really oversees the program on a day-to-day basis. And if you still have a food service director, our chef manager would work alongside that person to ensure that the program is running to your liking. And so, but we would provide a chef manager to your school, to your district, to provide the oversight, the supervision, the training, the ordering, take care of all of pretty much almost every aspect of the program. The only thing the district would have to be responsible for at the end would be submitting the monthly claims to the state, which be, this is how many lunch meals we submitted, this is how many breakfast meals we served, and we will provide that data for you. So all in all, at the end of every month, the district would have to probably invest another about 20 minutes worth of work.
I have another question for you.
Sure.
The kids get 30 minutes for lunch. They have to have 20 minutes of sit down time to eat.
So decisions like that are actually done by the school. So we don't affect things like lunch period times or even meal prices or anything of that sort. And so that's completely up to the district, up to the schools. And so obviously we would like it for schools to give students more time to eat, but that is 100% at your discretion.
Thank you.
I appreciate what you described in terms of the personnel, and I've never heard of a concierge service as opposed to a contract service. So along that, how do you differentiate with liability?
Absolutely. And so that is one of the big differences when the employees remain employees of the district, right? And so the district would still continue. So if the employees are going to stay employees of the district, the district still has that burden of, processing payroll, workers' comp, state pension, and things like that. We take on as far as the liability from like the food quality standpoint and ensuring one that all of your menus are meet regulations from a state and federal level, right? To ensure that you're getting all of the funding that the school that the district is entitled to. Also from a safety measure, right? Because we're providing the training and the oversight to your team. So we want to ensure that we're keeping your employees safe. And so our chef manager is also responsible for not just training, but ensuring that the kitchens are compliant when it comes to like OSHA and things of that nature. And then as far as food safety, again, our team is constantly providing, our team would be constantly providing your team with the training for food safety, such as proper hand washing, food storage, proper cooking, again, to ensure that the students are getting the safest food, in addition to being the best food. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but in terms of food quality, if it's something that was mishandled, I could see that coming to us. But if it was something that was received, that was the consequence of whatever liability is appropriate for it, how would that be differentiated?
Gotcha. Well, believe it or not, I mean, as far as even if it's something that was served, right, our team is constantly ensuring that even if it's your employees, that the food is properly cooked, that the food is safe. And so there's that extra layer of protection that the district is getting is that because we're constantly providing your employees with that training, the food will be safer. And as far as food even being received, because we have national contracts, and we also have our own internal quality assurance team that's constantly doing inspections at the facilities where the food is coming from. Plus, we also get instant notifications on recalls. 9 times out of 10, we're learning about any recalls sometimes days before it's even out on the news. And so when in those very rare instances where there is a recall, our team is already running to those shelves, communicating that information to the teams to pull that product out. That's one of the ways we ensure that the food that's being delivered to the school is of the safest caliber that you can find.
And I think I'd be more interested in looking at the language in the contracts because I'm more concerned about the 1 out of 10 rather than the 9 out of 10. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, and that's just it, right? Even in instances like that, so New Mexico puts together, so New Mexico has a contract template, that, to be very honest, is very well protects the school district. And so our companies like ourselves, like ours, we have to meet very stringent regulations when it comes to the supply chain, right? We can't just, we can't just buy food from down the street. And for that reason, we can't even buy food from Walmart, right? We have to follow very strict, um, supply chain protocols. But on top of that, we also have to be very well insured. We're audited probably on a quarterly basis internally, but then additionally, uh, the federal government also inspects our facilities, the facility that we work with on an annual basis. And again, we have a team. Our quality assurance team is dedicated to just visiting every single distribution house that we work with, again, to ensure that the product is being properly stored, that the facilities that are being used are clean. But the other big part is also the food is coming, most of the processing, most of the production is taking place inside of your school facilities, because we cook from scratch.
So none of the products will be outdated?
No, and the second a product even comes close to it, it's immediately discarded, and it's discarded on our dime.
Any more questions? for me?
Yes, would you ever take over the employees?
So that is at the district's discretion. And so we have many district partners where they've been our partners for almost 20 years. And the employees are still the district employees. And we have some districts where, they ran into some financial hurdles and they've had no choice but to, transition the employees onto us. Because either they couldn't, they just couldn't manage the financial cost of that. But that is 100% up to the school district.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
My pleasure.
All right. So, Mr. Montoya, thank you for your presentation. And at this time, we will take a 10-minute recess. I'll invite everybody in here in the room to go take some samples, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The samples are located just right next door in the training room.
Oh,
Didn't make it scary yet.
go check it out. Aren't you gonna eat? No, I just want to play it at home. Oh, well, I eat at home.
anything that's left over, they don't put in there, don't put it in there, save it for a week. We've got like one salad, something like that. I don't know, what kind of website that I can't ever find.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
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 I mean, I'm going to check this GPS, but not about.
No,
Yeah.
no, I think it has to go to our.
Yeah.
Crystal, have they ever done something like that? Oh.
They call her back. Call. Hello. Michael? No opinion, no opinion, no.
Yeah, man. I wasn't impressed.
I'm a 40.
There you go.
They have to put like 10 for 10 people. and look in
At
for
the
people
moment,
that are-
150 students.
So we're lucky.
Yeah.
Sometimes we, California.
And I have music for them. Our students don't want to come to our line days. You know what I mean? They don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they love Taco Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and the green chili bowl. My girl said, "Oh, yeah, it's awesome." Like, you know, it was really good, but I should have asked you to staff. I'll let you. Yeah, do you know ever? I'm feeling pretty bored out.
So much food. Why are they gonna get them from? You get so much food. That's what my.
Well, and when it's all fried, that popcorn shrimp is processed. The fried french, the french fries weren't raw, the egg roll was frozen, I asked her. Everything that. I said, is your egg roll frozen or is it, scratch and it's frozen? The only thing we had that was, home cooked, and the rice, and the rice, that's it, so this.
It's a 75% of the food is scratch. Well, it's scratch their head too.
And then, there's so many answers, we're just like, no, she never changed anything.
I asked them.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, I think I know what you're supposed to do. Oh, I don't know what how it's about that. Yeah. What about how it's about your service? Right there, in the first 5 seconds, what is that? That they're not on. That they're not on. When Bobby started some machine over there, when Gordon. Yeah.
Could we do that?
I should have.
And actually, you'll probably find what other games that are.
Yeah, I'm ready. Me too. Oh, I'm not ready for that. No, I mean, but I am ready for that. But you know, I don't have anything.
Mike is-
No, no, but, Well, but I am ready to go. We went to South Africa for the race. The tickets at the meeting, I actually just have to go. You should buy one and make a little bit older and go to the desk. And we just start
And I think we're all here. Okay, so, Mr. Montoya, thank you for the food. The employees were really nice, and we even got to-go boxes, so anybody here got plates to go. But thank you for your presentation. Mr. Oleana has a question.
Yes.
I'm sure you have a program integrated for diabetics, and I just want to get a brief overview of what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. And so to be very honest, I don't personally don't have details with me. We have registered dietitians that put together, have all those details on that program, on the programs we have for the students. Really, one of the biggest things is making sure that the menus have enough variety to where the students can make the, could make those choices that help offset whether, help calculate how much insulin they need to take. Also, the data from the app as well as the printed menus provide all the calorie and the sugar information so that the nurses can help the students calculate how much they need to take. Was that what you were referencing, or you mentioned like diet, like
No, that is what I'm referencing, and it differs kind of like from what we have now, which is, I believe, the employees are learned on the people that are diabetics and ensure that they stay within the diet that's appropriate.
okay, and so that could be kind of a gray area, right? Because I think at this point it's when you're, and I'm not sure if this is what's happening, but if it's essentially someone telling the students this is what you need to take to stay within your parameters, then they're not necessarily being offered choice. They're kind of being told what to eat, and but in the but what we're able to offer, right, as far as when we're able to educate the students on, hey, these are the choices, and this is how many calories this has, and this is how much sugar, and this is how much. Here's the actual data. The students are one empowered to be able to make those choices. But even if they're too young to be able to calculate that, then that's where having this information, one, be readily available, whether it's in a printed menu or whether it's online, to where the parents can help make those choices for students. My daughter has dietary restrictions. And so one of the great things that my wife and I like to do with her is on Sundays, we go over the online menu and say, all right, look, honey, tomorrow, this is what you can have. Tuesday, these are your choices for Tuesday. Wednesday, you need to stay away from this item, and so it's again, it's instead of kind of dictating to the students what they can and cannot have, we're offering them education, we're offering them choices as well. Because the other part is being able to offer students choices of food. We're preparing them for the future, for adulthood, and even when they go on to high school and college and so on.
And it wasn't that our staff don't allow people to eat something that's not within their menu. It's more that the staff are required to know what it is and then ask to make sure that's the choice that or advise them of the possible impact.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking about like allergies?
That would be including allergies, but sugar as well. That's the sugar.
No.
And
Right, and so
along those lines, do you offer, is your part of your service to provide soft drinks?
yeah, and so we work with the school's wellness policy, and so if your wellness policy allows soft drinks, we will absolutely do that. I believe the USDA allows certain soft drinks as long as they're either like diet or zero sugar. Then that's okay. They don't allow things like Coca-Cola or straight Pepsi to go in schools. Even like Gatorades, they allow certain Gatorades, but not all Gatorades. And again, as long as it's within your wellness policy, we will absolutely do it. And that's kind of going back to my message when I was saying that we're a concierge service. We would never impose our program onto you. It's creating a custom program that fits within the Cobre culture, that you're happy with, that parents are happy with, that your parents are happy with, and your students are happy with. And as far as allergen, yes, our system, will talk to your system, I guess, to kind of put it in easy terms, to say, hey, this student has celiac. And so, our, our teams, our team would then train your team to uh, be able to know how to respond to those instances and say, hey, you cannot have this, but here's another option. Or if the student can't have gluten, but they want the cheeseburger, we'll have special buns for them so that we can replace it so that they can still enjoy the food. And we're able to do all of this and stay within your parameters, because if I'm not mistaken, I had a chance to look at the financial statement. And so food services spends about 1.2 million a year. And almost a quarter of that is spent on substitute pay and overtime pay. And so we would help, we would provide all of that training and all of those services while still closing that gap.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anybody else have any questions? No. All right. Well, again, thank you for the food and thank you for your presentation. And we'll go from there. Thank you, Mr. Monta.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Piper and Dr. Gutierrez, I've just suggested that maybe this week, if you need me there, if not, if we can meet with Ms. Alma Grijalva and see what you guys want to discuss, and then we'll go from there. Okay, next we'll have number 2, the adoption of the agenda. Thank you all for coming, Ms. Alma. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda. Need a second.
I second.
Motion is second. All in favor signify by saying aye or discussion. Sorry, Mr. William.
I just want to mention that I'm glad that a few of the items that I've requested are on the agenda. But being this, now making it the 3rd month that several of the stuff are not on the agenda, is going to be a cause for alternative action that I'll discuss in my portion of the board presentation, board comments.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Oleana. So some of those requested items that wanted to be on the agenda have gone over with legal. Those are personnel matters that didn't have to go on the agenda. So that's one of the reasons. But you can continue to whatever measures you feel is right. So, any further discussion? Okay, so there's a first and a second. I'll signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. Number 3, we have public comment. Earlier, before the meeting started, I mentioned if anybody wanted to speak in public comment to get with Ms. Charlene. Charlene, has anyone got with you? No. Mr. Tuan, anybody online? No.
I'd like to bring a couple things up.
You can do that, Mr. Wilgis, on your board, these board member reports, but not on
I
public
can't do
comment.
both.
Not on
Either
public
one.
comment. That's the reason why we're here. We are elected officials, so that you can bring items into your concern up, but not under public comment. And that's
Okay.
something that we've been discussed with legal as well. We'll move on from public comment to number 4, action items. A, approval of minutes from the May 18th regular board meeting and the May 27th special board meeting. Everyone's had a chance to review them. And I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Both or individual?
Both. So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the May 18th and May 27th special board meeting.
I second.
Motion and second, discussion? No discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. No oppose. Next, we have the approval of the bills.
Is this going to be presented by the finance committee?
The approval of the bills,
No. In the order of this agenda item, it can be, usually the finance committee provides statements saying that they reviewed the bills for legitimacy.
you're absolutely right, but the approval of the bills are also on here. So
Yeah.
we all got
that's
the
fine.
we all got a chance to see them. But on the financial committee report, I will report some
I
items.
didn't mean that to do it under financial committee report. I meant that the finance committee usually reports on this as an agenda item, where it is now, as to their review of them and their recommendation to approve the bills.
Understand. I can tell you that it went under, into the finance committee and there was questions asked on just a few of the new vendors. But other than that, there wasn't anything else that, that caught the committee off guard or any significant questions on that. Okay.
These are the bills that's already been paid,
Yes, for the last month.
so they've been paid whether we like it or not.
Yes, sir. Motion to approve. I have a motion to approve. And then I'll get discussion. So I'll second. So a motion and a second discussion, Mr. Leon.
Didn't you move and then didn't you second?
She's,
Oh, okay.
Ms. Harden did.
There's a lot of transactions that are in the negative. The number, where the amount is in parentheses, that indicates that it's a negative number.
Give me an example of one, Mr. Leon.
The second one, if you look at that one, food services, it has negative $15,481.
That's the bars. We haven't gotten to the bars yet,
Oh, okay.
okay, right?
That's
Yeah.
Am I looking at the right thing?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
the
so we'll
bar.
get to the bars
Okay.
in a second.
He was looking at the wrong
Okay.
page.
Right, okay.
So I have a motion then and a second for approval of bills. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We'll move to C, approval of the credit card statements.
Yeah,
Yeah, Mr. Wilkes makes a motion. Here a second
Second.
and a second discussion. No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Next, we have the approval of the bars. So on this item, there is 30 bars to be approved. What we did, Mr. Waliana, Mr. Wilgis, and Ms. Harden, what we did is at the Finance Committee meeting, we opened the discussion up to the members and asked if they had any questions, any concerns, to bring them up with any of the bar items. Is that correct, Mr. Piper?
That is correct.
And there was some questions. One of them was some adjustments that were made. I'm not sure if the food services was on that one. But I will open it up to the board and ask any questions that you all might have. We received this packet on Friday or Thursday or Friday. So I know we had a chance to review it. I don't think that going one by one item is gonna take a long time, but if you all have any questions on any of these bars, Mr. Piper's here to answer them as well.
And Rebecca.
And
Ramos
Rebecca.
also online.
Yes. Hi, Miss Rebecca.
Good evening.
Miss Rebecca, can you, I'm pretty sure you heard me though, and if I missed anything, reference these bars, was there anything that I missed or anything that the board you might want to talk about on any of them?
Yeah, so a lot of the bars tonight we went through and reviewed your actual revenue to date versus what was in the original budget. And so that's why you do see some decreased bars. We also did what's called your cash carryover bar. So usually you have to wait until the audit to be able to do those, but PED let us do it just based on like fund balance, roll forward and what had rolled. And so we also adjusted the budget based on what your fund balance actually was as of June 30th versus what was included as your projected cash in your FY26 budget.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Guadiana had a question on a food services. Did you still want to ask that question?
No,
Oh,
actually,
yeah, no. Go ahead.
my question was those concerns regarding that personnel brought up at that meeting, and also how, if any of this is going to be done, if it impacts personnel actions such as stipends, retentions, any special project?
No, so every adjustment was just based on if you already were over budget, like in a category, we kind of use those bars. Like, so if you had money left over on the decrease, that's where we chose to decrease. If we still had budget availability, that's kind of where we took the decrease amount from. If it was an increase, it was in line items that were already showing over budget for the district.
In cases where there hasn't been money to operate some of the programs as they should have been, and the example I have is the innovations grant. We have students that get employed and we pay their salaries while they go into apprenticeships or internships out in private business or other government business. And we started out by paying them. We didn't pay them for, I think, the first 2 months, and then they got paid. And then we ended up running out of money to continue their employment through the rest of the school year. How is that as an impact to the bars or anything else like that, or the program? How did that happen?
So I would have to look into that specifically, just since that was before my time, but I could look into it and get back to you on what happens. I mean, normally when you have like an innovation zone grant, you budget out like how many student hours go into that grant, and then you basically don't let student hours exceed that amount. But if you're saying that it was all used and exceeded, I would have to look into that a little bit more.
Which Miss Rebecca, I believe that item that Mr. Guadiana is speaking about, it's a new business and it's going to be on section B or
No.
B or C, right? And then you have answers for that as well, right?
Yes, I
Right
think-
now we're talking about bars.
Right, right. And I can answer that when we get to it. I actually think it was one of the items Mr. Guadiana wanted on the agenda that did not show up, correct?
Yes.
And the reason was high school staff is off contract. And so we didn't have those people to ask to answer those questions. And so I think it'll be back on the July meeting on the questions I think you had for the agenda that were not on it. So, and as far as the innovation grant and stuff goes, I think the high school staff will be better to answer that because as Miss Rebecca said, it was before her time.
But still, the money goes through finance.
Yes.
And finance has that responsibility to assure the availability, especially when we have terms with businesses that we're saying we're going to provide a person to participate in this program for this time of year and for this term of the year. And we can't fulfill that requirement for businesses.
And honestly, I did not know they had shut off hours early. So that's why, we need to talk to the high school staff. I don't know what their thoughts were or what they were notified of as funding running out or whatever there. So like I said, those are questions that need to be asked to the high school staff.
When I had the kids work for me through the school, a couple times the school ran out of money and I just kept the kids and paid them, you know. And if there was a good worker, they stayed and they got paid.
And the reason I asked this under the bars is that if there were any bars to make adjustments to that deficiency, if it does exist.
Understood, sir. When you had sent your email, I had approved all of your requests to be on the agenda, except the additional parts that we explained earlier. And now that I'm reading that, that section did not get on here, so I don't know if Mr. Piper removed it, but I was under the impression that what we're talking about right now was on the agenda, and me reading it now, it's not, so my apologies.
And that was, you know, when I sat down and looked at it, I didn't have answers to those questions and thought it was better to have it, you know, high school staff will be back on, I believe about the 14th of July. So for the July meeting, they will be there and be available to answer those questions. So I didn't want to give you the wrong information.
Okay.
So anything else on the bars for the board? On the full bars? No, nothing else. So I need a motion to approve the bars. I have a motion and a second by Mr. Wilgus. Any more discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Bars approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Next, we have E, approval of RFP 2026-05-28 SLES flooring. Ms. Crystal.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to be here. The first item was for the flooring. We met on Friday, we got 2 bids, and at this time, I recommend Armstrong Flooring for this project.
You know, they're a new business.
What was that?
They're a new business. There's a young couple bought out the original owners.
Oh, okay, did they?
So, you know, and it's nice to hire somebody local.
Well, both my vendors were local, but Armstrong was about $110,000 cheaper, so.
That's always a good reason.
And their packet was complete, so.
So the pricing on that's the final here, the 72,000?
The 72,000 is for
Once-
like a little bit of a higher end tile, so they gave quotes on two different,
Okay. And that's what you recommend?
yes.
And this is coming out of the capital project fund?
I believe it was SB9.
Okay.
Okay. Just need a motion to approve.
I move to approve the RFP 2026-05-28 LSE flooring for Armstrong flooring.
A motion
Second.
and Mr. Willis seconds. Any more discussion? I'm sorry. So if not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we have approval of the RFP 2026-05-26 AS auditing service. Yes.
Okay, so also on Friday, we had an evaluation committee. We got 1 proposal, and that was from Jaramillo Accounting. They're our current auditors. And I looked up on the state auditor's website. We're allowed to use the same auditor for 8 years. So, and they were our only proposals.
There were 6.
It was 6, but I think during COVID, they increased it. So it's 8.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Waiting on a motion for anybody?
I'll move to approve the purchase of the RFP 2026-05-26 for RT services to Jaramillo Accounting Group.
I have a motion
A second.
and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Next, we have approval of the RFP 2026-05-19 is SPED SAS.
Okay, so this one, we also met on Friday. We had 10 proposals. After a long process of reading and going through stacks of paper, we decided on Sunbelt just to have there to fill vacancies or, vacancies that we haven't filled as of yet. And Big Dry, Messiah Hemp Hill to continue psychiatric or psychological services. And I included their price things in the packet.
Thank you. You just need a motion.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilgus motions. Need a second? What do you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and second. I have a first and a second. Any further discussion? No discussion, so I'll signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion
Thank you,
passed.
guys. Have a good evening.
Thank you. too,
very
Ms.
much.
Crystal. Next, we have H, second reading and approval of the policy advisories. 273 GBGC employee assistance.
Yes, both of these, policy advisories are in their second reading, so they were discussed the last meeting. And, as you can see, the changes are highlighted. Anything that was deleted has been crossed out. Anything that's added is there as well. This is just the second reading. We've received no comment on any of these that were posted on the website. And I would ask for your approval of policy advisory 273, 274, which are basically updates after the legislative session provided by the attorneys that do the policy service.
And my apologies, Mr. Piper, I didn't realize that they were both together, so I didn't mention the 274
You want to
KDB.
do them
public strike
separately
training.
or together? It's fine.
Well, they're here as together on the policy,
Okay.
so we can do them together.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's pretty cut and dry.
Do you have any way to tell how many people even reviewed it in the website?
We have no idea, Tuan. There isn't any way to review how many people may have actually downloaded it or looked at it or clicked on it, is there? Yes. Okay.
But we also did designate a contact if they had any discussion related to the changes.
Right.
And was there any discussion that was received? And who is the person that would have received that?
Typically, it would have come to myself. I'm basically the information officer for the district. So the superintendent, yes.
And
so-
none came.
No, I didn't receive anything. Nothing was noted or sent to technology as well either that I know of.
And these are the changes that were recommended by the School Board Association?
Yes, school boards associations, lawyers look at it.
Okay.
Okay. If we wish to pass, just need a motion.
I move.
I have a motion, a second?
Yeah.
And Mr. Wilgus, second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passed. Next, we have the second reading and approval of new policy J-0850, J-1, exchange student graduation eligibility.
This is also the second reading. Basically, through the spring, we've had some conversations regarding the foreign exchange students that have come to the district and what has to be completed for them to receive a diploma versus a certificate of completion. And this policy firms up what is required, which is basically, it requires you to meet all the graduation requirements of the state. It also puts a lot of the burden back on the sponsoring entity that's sponsoring these students and sending them in. One of the issues that has come up sometimes, well, last time, was actually being able to translate this stuff to where if it just says math, we don't know if it was algebra 1, algebra 2. So it puts that back onto theirs to where they have to tell us, you know what, this history course was world history. This math was a geometry type of thing that that provides us where we can match it up to the standards. The one thing that's always been a challenge has been New Mexico history, which is a requirement for the state of New Mexico to receive that graduation certificate. So, those are the type of things, and we just want it to be clear. We want it to be clear to the students that come in, clear to the supporting families, the host families, and make sure that their families at home understand, as well as their sponsoring organization. So this puts a lot of that on that, clears up what was lacking this last spring, and provides for a way for them to actually receive a diploma from Cobre High School.
Now, on the ones that, talk to us about it,
Yes.
I suggested to them that they get hold of that school in Salt Lake City, because I had to do that for one of my sons. Because he was short credits. And 2 days I had the paperwork, a couple of days he had it done, sent it back, and he was able to graduate and get a diploma.
Okay.
I don't know if they did it, but
Right.
suggested that they do it.
Right. And I think one of the barriers that we faced was the New Mexico history class, which is only a half credit. But, it's one of the things that's required graduation wise
It was
in the state of
US
New
and
Mexico.
New Mexico both.
Yes. So,
Question on the second paragraph, it starts, however, the J-1 students may be eligible to earn a New Mexico high school diploma if all state and district graduation requirements are fully met. And my question has to do with may be eligible as opposed to is eligible if all requirements are met. Because that makes it discretionary and
Right.
arbitrary.
okay. And I think we can change that. So you want to say is eligible,
Yes,
correct?
yes, please.
Okay. Anything else you see that might?
The one about not guarantee, it's down after, on the students and families must understand the following. Enrollment in the J1 program does not guarantee the awarding of a high school diploma. I don't even know why that's, if we state what is expected, what qualifies them to receive the diploma, then that should suffice.
And I think that was basically as a J1 student, they can qualify for it. So I think it was just more of a reiteration of, this is what it is. It doesn't guarantee just because you come in with a J1 that you are going to get a diploma.
Yeah,
So-
but it goes on to say that they're responsible for completing the necessary coursework and online credit
Right.
recovery and that, so.
And I mean, this is up to you guys. I mean, if you would like that removed, with your discussion, we can remove that piece as well. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Guadiana, I would recommend leaving that. We had a lot of J1 students up in Colorado Springs, especially for the Olympics. They come in as athletes that are being sponsored by the USA team to wrestle, hockey, whatever. But they're not guaranteed a high school diploma. They do have to meet all the requirements, and this protects the district from liability, this one bullet. So I would recommend that you leave it in case that they don't complete all the requirements or their credits don't transfer. Having a J1 visa is tricky, and it's not always possible to award a diploma to a J1 student.
And conversely, the persons that come to receive a diploma shouldn't have something that's ambiguous or of discretion. It should fully rely on completing all the necessary requirements. And that's where I'm saying, if we state that you need to complete these necessary requirements, you will receive the diploma. I don't think we need to infer that it's not guaranteed. And I understand your point.
Yeah.
That's just my point of view.
It also depends on when they come in. If they come in as second semester juniors or first semester seniors, it is highly unlikely that they will be able to earn a diploma because they just simply don't have enough time.
And for that, I think the transparency should be upfront, not at the end when we say, hey, it said it's not guaranteed.
So I have a question. This is the second reading. What process does this go to our legal counsel to get us some more feedback and just kind of what Mr. Oliano was saying and now Dr. Gutierrez? At what point do we send this to the attorney to see?
Once you guys, as a board, decide on this, then we send it to the policy service, Dan Williams, with the policy service. And then he looks at, make sure legally wise, everything's good. If you're gonna recommend any changes, then we're gonna have to do that again. And actually, our final reading will be, once it is approved and comes back in the format from the policy service, with the advisories and stuff, to establish the new policy.
Okay.
But like I said, this is sort of a last chance edit, if you, consider it like that, and then we can send it off to policy.
Okay. So in order for us to pass this, we'll need a motion to the correction as far as Mr. Oliana suggested, instead of may be eligible. I don't remember the term you used.
Are eligible.
Are eligible
Will
or
be eligible.
will be eligible. And maybe we can discuss further the information that Dr. Gutierrez and Mr. Oliana have pointed out,
Okay.
and see where we can go from there, if the board agrees.
So we'll have a third reading with approval.
Well, it goes to the policy
We can send it to the policy.
and then
service,
with
yes.
third reading for approval with that question as far as how we can
Right.
move forward with what they were discussing right now.
Yes.
Well, then,
And in that sense, if we were to change the second part of it, full enrollment under a J1 program requires complete completion of the following, or the following before awarding the high school diploma. That would be the other part, kind of to state that in a proactive way as opposed to punitive way.
The challenge I see with that is graduation requirements tend to change yearly based on the graduating class. And so making sure that, were you talking about they have to have 3 histories, 5 maths, whatever? I think listing that out, it's within the student handbook. And this is something else that I think should also go in within a student handbook, right off the bat as well.
Yeah. And referencing
So-
the student handbook would be a perfect thing to do.
Okay. So referencing the student handbook?
Yeah, as prescribed in the student handbook.
Okay.
okay. So it's quite a bit of changes, but do you want to make a
Just
motion for them?
Sure.
Right.
I make a motion that we adopt policy J-0850, policy J1, in exchange student graduation eligibility. And as written, with the exception of the second paragraph, to change the words of, however, J1 students will be eligible to earn a New Mexico high school diploma if state and district graduation requirements are fully met. And that would be to strike out the may be eligible and replace it with will be eligible.
Okay.
And the second change would be in the first bullet under the students and families must understand the following. And the first bullet is enrollment under the J1 program does not require awarding, does not guarantee the awarding of a high school diploma. And to change that to the enrollment under the J1 program requires the complete completion of the requirements for graduation as stipulated in the student handbook.
Okay.
And then all the rest as it was presented.
And
If that's acceptable, I would also like to make sure that what I do, what we do, is exactly what Mr. Gaudiano wants, and then the board as a whole will be able to review it as a third reading, if that's acceptable.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that it's right
Sure.
and save some time,
Thank you.
because I know, student handbooks and stuff are going to be needed as well. So,
Yeah.
if that's possible, I'll get with you and give you a call. Okay?
So Mr. Mariano made a motion. I'll second it. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we have discussion and approval of 2026 board meeting schedule.
We're still trying to keep it one a month. I understand. I think that's a good thing, but I don't think it's held true at any month. Maybe December.
Well, they've been long days.
I do have a couple recommendations on this,
Go ahead.
just as an FYI. The first one is the board meeting in December is the week of Christmas. I would propose moving it up a week to the 14th. And the audit committee and the finance committee would both have had an opportunity to meet prior to the 14th board meeting date. Just as, one of the things that I glance at and look at, because Christmas week gets crazy.
So there's no consequence to moving it.
So, yeah, and I think with the finance and the audit committee meeting, the other thing that I think came out in our finance meeting was the ability to possibly have somebody from Vertex here for a finance meeting. I don't know if you want to consider a finance meeting on a Monday evening and then the board meeting on Tuesday, to where they could travel once rather than 2 separate days. If that's something you'd like to consider, this is just a draft, open for discussion. That was something that I think the finance committee talked about. And I mean, when you separate it 2 or 3 days, or the finance committee meets on Friday or Wednesday, and then if they're there for Wednesday and then they've got to turn around and come back for a Monday meeting, I think if we can tie them together, it would give them possibly an opportunity to do something like that, if that's what the board wants. Those are just a couple things that I've seen through the finance committee. And then, like I said, looking at that December holiday, that just, it makes it tough, especially if staff's going to be traveling and that, or you guys are doing something that week of Christmas. I would recommend those, but.
Not only that, Mr. Piper, you said it right, as at the finance committee, Vertex, it's very hard to hear them. I don't know if it's our program, Gmail, you Google, or we go to Teams. So we suggested maybe for them to come down and to help with the costs. They are willing to come down, but they asked if maybe we can move the finance committee meetings to Mondays, right before the meeting, our regular meeting. So if our meeting's at 5, the finance committee would meet either at 3, kind of to benefit us as a committee and eliminate a trip for them. So maybe this week we can get with you all to see if we can change this around if the board's all right with it. It's just easier because it was very hard to listen to, even just I shouldn't say attitude, the personalities of each people on that Google, and they talk fast, they talk slow, and then we couldn't hear them, and it just takes a lot of time. And I think the board went to one meeting, and that was okay, but the second one was we couldn't even understand. So
The public appointees to that committee, are they amenable to that change?
yes, but so now that Dr. Gutierrez is coming in, we're going to discuss how, and this is something that I can discuss in the financial committee report, is how to structure this financial committee a little better, because I'm understanding that there's one member of the public that hasn't been coming, and I think we have 2.
I believe there's 2, yes.
We're supposed to have 2, but one has not been showing up. So I
Right.
don't know. We got to restructure that and talk about all that. So, but yes, if the board's okay with that, and this is just not a discussion, it's an action item. Maybe we can table this item until we can talk further as far as the finance committee meeting, and then I'm not sure what the audit committee would recommend meeting, or either, but
And the other thing is, Miss Charlene, is there a time when we have to actually declare? I think there's a resolution that goes out that states our board meeting dates are first, third Monday of the month, whatever.
July, isn't it? In July, I think. Yeah, because it goes for the whole school.
Yeah,
year.
probably for the fiscal
Yeah.
year is what I was thinking also.
July.
So, yeah, if that's possible, I mean, the finance committee meetings and the audit committee meetings, I don't think we have to set for the entire year. But, your board meeting dates, if you want to keep them the third Monday, that's what you do, and then you look around. The one thing that I would note is, board member Begay does work. And if you tried to do something early, an option might be switch the audit committee members versus finance committee members to where the audit committee, meeting at a different time would allow her the flexibility. And that's something that you as a board would have to decide as well, because I just, as a staff person, you don't have a lot of time, and to take time off to do that additionally, bears a little bit of a load on that person. So, and that's something you'd have to visit with her about as well, I believe.
okay.
So we table.
I move that we table this discussion regarding the calendar for the regular board meetings as well as the audit committee and finance committee until the next meeting.
Have a motion
Second.
and a second. Further discussion?
July meeting will stay the same third Monday, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Now we'll go new business. On the new business, section A, discussion of the Desert Southwest Pipeline proposal.
So this is something that was discussed when I was here for that week back in May. It was discussed at the prospectors meeting. I don't know the composition of the meeting, but it was something that Mr. Piper said, you might want to attend this. And so he was busy trying to problem solve some graduation issues, and I went without him. So Priscilla Lucero brought this to the meeting, and she was talking about how there's this company out of the Permian Basin that's going to build a gas pipeline from the Permian Basin into Arizona, across West Texas, southern New Mexico, and southern Arizona. And there's money available for the communities. In New Mexico, they're targeting specifically Doña Ana County, Grant County, Hidalgo County, and Luna County. And this company is going to be investing significant amount of money into these counties. And she brought up two things that they noticed right away when they came to scout the area before their workers show up. And it says an estimated 5,000 local and union labor construction jobs are going to be created. But they noticed that when these workers show up, there aren't a lot of places for them to eat, and there aren't places for them to live. And so I immediately related to that when I was looking for a place to live myself. I was very fortunate to find a place pretty quickly with the assistance of my husband. And when the pipeline is completed, there's going to be 75 permanent positions to help manage the pipeline.
Is it gonna be going through the boot hill?
I don't know that. There's a map on the first page, but I don't have a lot of details because what I'm focused on is the money. And I was the only person at that particular meeting that was there from Bayard and Cobre. And I immediately thought, we need the mayor here, we need a city councilman here, fire chief, chief of police, excuse me, because this company is willing to invest a significant amount of money in building infrastructure and creating places for these individuals to eat. They need places for these people to live. I know that some of the people from Silver City said, we don't want a bunch of tents.
They got people living on park benches on their main street. Why not?
So, if we're gonna have 5,000 new jobs, and they are bringing some of their own people, but they also want local people. They're willing to invest in healthcare. They're willing to invest in schools. There's significant amount of money in oil and gas. And so I have a meeting scheduled with Priscilla on Wednesday to say to her, how does Cobre get a cut of this money?
Yeah, cause it's going across right down there above the boot hill about where Lordsburg is.
Yeah. And so for me, I was thinking, my husband was here this weekend helping me settle in. And as we were driving around, and I've been talking about this pipeline with him extensively. And I told him, remember when we lived in Portland and they created the food truck village? And he was like, yeah. And he immediately was thinking, we need to buy food trucks. I'm like, no, I don't have time to buy a food truck and run a food truck and be a superintendent. But is there space in Bayard to create a food truck village? Because these workers are going to be hungry. They need breakfast and they need lunch. They need recreation. They need a place to live. I want Bayard and I want Cobre to get some of the money. So maybe I need to attend a city council meeting and present to them, but I need to talk to Ms. Lucero and say, how do we get some of the money? Love Silver City, love Mr. Hawkins, but I want our fair cut. And so I wanted you to know that it's coming, and it's a 2-year project, and it's going to start in 27. It'll be completed in 29, and then there's 75 permanent positions. And Mr. Hawkins was at that meeting, had said that that's going to increase our enrollment. And I interrupted him and said, sir, we agreed we're going to share. And he said, you can have 15%. I said, I heard you, you said 50. And he just, he chuckled like that. And I said, no, we said we're going to share. So you get half, I get half. But if we're not at those meetings and we're not at that table, we're not going to get anything. So I'm bringing it to you because I'm going to need to talk to the chief of the fire chief, and I need to talk to the mayor, and I need to talk to city council to say there's money and it shouldn't all go to Silver. Some of it should come to us. And no disrespect to Silver City, but we need infrastructure, and our kids should get some of that as well.
Considering the terrain, I don't know how close Silver is going to be involved to the work areas. They're going to go through Lordsburg. They're going to go down to the southern end of that. There's no mountains, no really big bodies of rocks.
Grant County goes to the Mexican border.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know where, but if there's money and we can get some of it,
Yeah.
I want it.
So looking at transportation to get the students here would be a big thing. Another part would be looking at if the innovations has an opportunity to build modular homes or parts for modular homes to provide and have them movable. That would be a great project. That would give a lot of employment and a lot of practical skills.
Yeah.
For the schools.
If we could create a CTE program, one of the CTE programs that I created in Colorado was machinery, large machinery. The kids learn how to use diggers and forklifts, and we partnered with CDOT, and the kids were graduating from high school, going to go work with CDOT to build the roads, making 80 grand. straight out of high school. That's
Okay.
not a bad salary for somebody with, a high school diploma straight out of high school that knows how to do a digger and not overturn the digger because they know how to control the center of gravity. I don't know how to do that. I'd be the one with the digger upside down.
Well, it looks to me that pipeline's gonna be built about 50 miles south of Silver. Cause that gets it out of the mountain range.
Is there housing down there, sir?
Deming and Lordsburg.
Now, there's Lordsburg there and Deming down here. There's a couple little ghost towns that's got 1 or 2 people living in them.
Well, I'll have more information once I talk to Mrs. Zetto, but I wanted to
Yes,
bring this to you so that you're aware. And I want you to know if there's money that Cobre can tap into, I fully intend to go after.
Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we have the discussion on what stipends are planned for work already performed, retention, or other items not included in the employee's contract terms. Mr. Pepper?
At this point, there aren't any stipends or retention bonuses, any of that planned.
And is it planned or, is it decided already that it's not gonna happen?
I would say it's decided it's not gonna happen, but I mean, that's not my call as of today,
Mhm.
so.
All right. Next, we have C, discussion on the compensation and we'll say contract days for the middle school and high school principals. Mr. Piper.
Here we go again, right? Right, Mr. Galeana? Salaries are set by the state. We have to turn in that 910B that guarantees we meet the minimum contract, the minimum salaries. The only flexibility given is the number of contract days. So, it's the same thing. I think, I know, minimum for, I want to say the high school principal is 123,500, something like that for the minimum. That's 0 years experience first year. And middle school, I'm not sure what the salary is on that right off the top of my head. Those salary schedules, contract days, all of that stuff's going to be at the finance meeting on Friday. That has all that stuff available there. And I mean, I've shared with you before our, the information. And even though the high school principal has X number of days, he works more than those days, or it's he. He will work more than those days, because if he's not scheduled to work on a Friday, but there's a football game, he'll be there on a Friday. If there is a powerlifting thing on a Saturday, he will be there for the powerlifting meet as well. I can tell you also, you've been at the basketball games. We've seen each other there. Those things don't end till 8:30 at night. And I guarantee you it's probably taken them an hour to get all the people out of the gym and lights turned off and the building secured. And they were probably at work at 7:30 in the morning. So their contracts do not stipulate just an 8-hour day, because they know they're going to be there till 9 o'clock at night. Doesn't mean they show up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So there are some extended hours in that as well. So
That's inherent in those positions in any school,
yes,
not
correct.
just here. And I'm sorry, are you,
No, go ahead.
can I interject? The way that this works is if you change the number of days, you are in effect paying them for days not worked. Because these two positions that I see, if you see the one that we had developed a 260-day plan in a salary schedule last year. And then we had looked at the salary schedule from Silver for the positions of principal at both middle and high school. They were 260 days. And so cutting those down by as much as 70 days is a windfall of vacation days awarded to those people. When a person is getting paid more, when a middle school principal is getting paid more per hour than a superintendent, there's something clearly wrong. there's something very clearly wrong, and that is, to me, a misuse of the characterization of minimum pay. Minimum pay would be in the salary schedule. And that would be with the writing of the 260-day contract. But people with the 260-day contract get that minimum pay if they're at 0 or 1 year, just starting out. And then it would go up. And that's the inference that where that would be the minimum pay, as I see it. Otherwise, you are giving somebody time off and paying them for that time off. And I'm at the point where I think we're at a standoff. And so I think the people that are best to decide this are the Attorney General and the Public Education Department. And so I am going to forward that all the information that's happened for this last year, or this current school year, and what's proposed for the next school year, and indicate that I believe this be providing pay for time not worked. And I also believe that for this current year, it's done with the influence of a board member that's related to the recipient of that, who is the only recipient that got that change. So.
Okay.
But Mr., I don't want to go back and forth again, but if I'm not mistaken, the board approves this, right? So the board approved last year's contract schedules. We got to approve it this year. It's still board approved, right?
Yes, the board has to approve it. And Silver's a 5-day week. So that changes stuff, quite substantially when you start looking at that.
Not 70 days, but
Well,
the other part is the board did approve it because we were given that at the very last day for our approval. We did not review it. And so we had the decision to whether to approve it and then change it if we had to. But it was approved and never changed.
And middle school principals' days on their contract have never been 260 days as far back as I looked. I looked back to when Cobre was actually a 5-day a week school district, and the middle school principal contracts were still not 260 days. They may have been like 210, 205, somewhere in there. But I can get you that information and show you, pull those middle school contracts for 6-8 years and show what they were. But
all I need is a year back, and but what I want to do is compute the daily pay and see how that.
Okay.
How that.
And I can also get you Secretary of Education, Mariana Padilla's contact information. We sat down, we sent her an email, we tried. And she didn't respond.
The one thing that I think we might have that hasn't been shared is the instructions on how to use that information.
Okay.
Usually finance departments get instructions on how to develop salary schedules and what the significance.
And Rebecca is online. I know that we have to submit our salary schedules. Oh, she just dodged that one, didn't she? No, but I mean, salary schedules have to be submitted as part of the budget. And that 910B, there's something that the superintendent has to sign off on that says, I guarantee we meet these minimums. It doesn't say we guarantee that we meet 260 days. It just says that we guarantee that they meet the minimum salaries. So
that I can see, but
okay.
A question as to whether.
Oh, Rebecca's back.
Sorry.
So the discussion was around what had to be submitted with our budget, salary schedule wise, as well as the 910B that has to be filed that guarantees that we are meeting those minimum salary schedules. The minimums dollars are there, but there is nothing that says what the days have to be, correct?
Correct. Yeah, so we do have to certify that we're paying the minimums that are in statute. Really, the only salary schedule you have to submit is the teacher one, but usually if they're all board approved, we just go ahead and we'll submit them all to the PED, so with the budget.
So, and the other thing is, the strategy that we're taking now, that I believe we're taking now, is to reduce the hours for the high school principal as well, making him another person that's paid more than the superintendent. Yet the high school is occupied almost all year long. There's schedules that start practice from day one. And now we're going to have that go on without the principal being there?
And part of the reason for that was there was a lot of extra time with the previous high school principal that he was not engaged. He would be here visiting with staff and doing those sort of things. I mean, it's with a 4-day work week, you know, sometimes it's just, you know, it's they aren't doing anything when they're there.
So
Now that's something that can be discussed with Dr. Gutierrez and the new high school principal. You know, the thing is, if you come on, this is what your salary is, you know, and number of days that is flexible.
When I worked salary jobs, my salary, let's say it was $2,000 a month, because that was yours back. If I had to work 7 days a week, 18 hours a day, it didn't change my pay. That's all I got. So, but there was days that I didn't have to go to work either. But, you know, if you say the minimum pay, then that, to me, that means the minimum hours. If you're gonna pay maximum pay, then they need to be the maximum hours. That's just the way it is. And if they don't like it, well, then too bad. Because,
But
you know, you took the job, you agreed for the wage. If you gotta work the hours, oh, well.
And it's
You
kind
know,
of
I'm kind
ironic.
of cold-hearted when it comes to that. After being self-employed and having people work for me, having salary jobs where I only got so much, and sometimes I'd work 2 or 3 days without getting off. You know, employers are ruthless when you're salary.
Well,
You know.
and it is, but I mean, he may be there on a Friday and a Saturday also that aren't part of his number of contract days.
And that's but the example you gave that, you know, the previous principal was probably visiting with people and not really doing a whole lot of work. So the answer to that is, oh, just stay home. We'll pay you anyway.
The other thing is, as a 260 employee, then you're going to give them annual leave.
Yeah.
So
And I'm sure they get annual leave.
not if they're under a certain number of days. They don't get annual leave. They don't qualify for annual leave.
That's interesting.
So
So,
Go ahead.
With the minimum pay, you still get annual leave?
if you're a 260, you get annual leave.
But if you're not a 260,
You don't get annual leave.
say you're 172 hours, 172 day contract, and you're getting the minimum pay,
No annual leave.
no annual leave?
No annual leave. And the nice thing about not
I'm
having
glad to hear
annual
that.
leave is, if they have annual leave, they can leave at times when there's kids. The way their contract stuff is now, they don't have those annual leave days. All they've got is their personal leave. Yeah, personal and sick. So,
Okay.
okay. I'll get you the secretary.
I-
Maybe you'll have better luck contacting her.
I think the result, the reigning decision would come from the Attorney General's office and from Pitt.
Okay.
Okay, so
I have to say, if a person's getting the top pay, they ought to work the top hours. Yeah, that's the only fair way I can see that you do it. I mean, this lady here, I know she works a lot more hours than she gets paid. That one gets paid less than the hours she puts in. I mean,
Okay,
Thank you.
so we'll move on from that discussion now to Finance Committee report. I'm just gonna report and then I'll let Ms. Rebecca and Mr. Piper chime in, but talking with Dr. Gutierrez, we're going to restructure the Finance Committee a little bit as far as how we're gonna run the meeting. These last few meetings, we've been there for a very long time. with questions being asked that we know the answers to on certain members. So we're trying to be productive in the meeting. And what I seen these last few meetings is employees coming up and questioning the superintendents on their decisions. And that's not what the committee's for. So I'm going to get with Dr. Gutierrez and we're going to restructure it. We're going to run the committee a little bit different, of course, within the laws, but right now we're a little behind being the changes that have been made. That's why we have a special meeting on Friday, right, Mr. Piper? We have Friday morning, and, you know, we're gonna offer it on over Zoom, but I just don't, these last few meetings have been a little different, and we just, and of course, at the end of the day, it falls on me, so I'm gonna make some changes with the recommendation with Dr. Gutierrez, and invite you all to attend. I was really, I don't just say happy. We're real satisfied that you guys were there that one day and that Charlene was able to put the legal notice so that we're all on the same page. If we want to change that, we can on a resolution from what I understand and have the board meet at the finance committee meeting. If not, we can add another person or we can do different things. But one thing that has been addressed with Mr. Piper and relate to Dr. Gutierrez is I'm pretty lenient as far as when people ask questions from the public, when they attend the finance committee, I try to, you know, let them speak and get an opinion. But lately it's just gotten a little out of hand to where now they're questioning the superintendent's decisions and wanting some answers on why they're doing this and that's not what the meeting's for. So that's one thing I'm gonna change. But other than that, Mr. Piper, would you like to?
Finance committee meeting, we did review the checklisting. We did review the credit card statement, answer any questions that may have come up. And there were a couple. Community member George Esqueda asked some great questions. I appreciate his input and that as somebody that's outside of the education field. So appreciate that. And I mean, they give up a lot of their time, as do you as board members, so I appreciate that as well. And that's basically it. We just covered what we needed to be covered.
And we also, what we mentioned earlier is we recommended with Vertex to see how we can, they can accommodate to us by coming down. And that, or maybe Tuan over there is gonna figure out how we can get our audio system better in the meeting room, because sometimes it's not their fault, but you know, we're trying to listen to them and hear them, and we don't get that same
And
response. So
the sound and stuff seems to be better here. Maybe
I
as
think
a
so. It is.
recommendation, you would consider the finance committee sitting where you are, and the public could sit, you know, where they are.
Yeah.
And I just think it will give you maybe that opportunity, because I think today, and Tuan, you can probably answer better, is this just a better system?
Yeah, that's the training.
Right. So,
Right.
like I said, something to consider. And I guess we can try it on Friday, because we'll have a finance meeting prior to the board meeting, so that might work well.
Sure.
Mr. Carrillo,
Yes.
we have a meeting, I believe it's on Wednesday, Mr. Chavira, with technology to talk about some of the tech tools that we're using. Open source is great because it's free and it helps you reach a lot of individuals. But if we think back to when we did the open forum with myself and the other candidate, and I kept going like this, like,
Right.
no, you can't hear me. And it took, I think, almost 20 minutes to be able to even hear me. And to date, my laptop is not the same because Google took over my microphone and it left some kind of a bug. And so anytime I'm online, it lowers my microphone and it also lowers my speaker. So the Cobre system did something to my personal laptop and it's not even a year old. So we need to get off of Google Meets. So we're going to have a meeting with technology to say, how do we improve? Because we shouldn't have people waiting in the waiting room, unable to get on, unable to hear. we should not impact our personal equipment. So we're working on it and we're gonna get better.
Thank
Because
you.
I have to take this little guy to Best Buy and leave it with the Geek Squad.
The system on my home computer will not let me download anything you send me. I have to-
Interesting. Well, I promise you, I'm not sending you a virus. I promise.
No, I mean, like this map that Gilbert has on his, I could look at it on my phone, which is a pain. But my computer will not let me because it's something that is in your programming on your computer.
And it probably came from that night because it is a brand new equipment.
Yeah,
But sir, I also went to Walmart and now these are 3.25.
yeah,
So,
see,
so maybe you just need to go to Walmart and get better readers.
I do not allow Google on my home computer.
But also that I have trouble with it all the time and passwords are changed often. So I don't know what's going on with that, but
We're gonna fix it.
sounds good.
Thank you. Ms. Rebecca, did I miss anything on the finance committee report that Mr. Piper said? And
No, we went over the first round of review on the budget as well. I think that.
the budget. So
And I did go ahead and forward that to the board members that weren't part of the finance committee,
you did.
so that it wasn't just all of a sudden, hey, here it is Friday and here's the budget. So
Thank
I
you.
believe I sent all that out. If you guys didn't get it, let me know and I'll get you a copy. I tell Dr. Gutierrez all the time, I can get into the 55 and over community that she can't, and I like paper and she likes digital. So if you need something, let us know. If we need to resend you something, we can do that as well.
I still prefer Roman numbers.
I like Piper, but I'm too lazy to walk in to get it.
So that's it for the finance committee report. We'll move on to audit committee report.
Yes, we met and there was several people. We did go into executive session. And Audrey advised us not to talk about what we were talking about. Until she releases all those forms.
Is there a timeline where she's going to release the forms? She speak on that now?
No, it was an executive
Okay.
session, but it's a positive intent. I think that we are really moving forward.
Mr. Piper, anything to add? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to echo that. I think that's something that can be shared is I think they were receiving some of the documents that they haven't had access to in the past. And I think that's going to help.
Oh, well.
And so it is pertaining both to the special audit, the phase 2, as well as the 22-23 audit. So and maybe it's the type of thing that the board needs to, hey, get an update from Audrey herself during the July meeting. Because she can do that executive session with the
Yeah.
entire board.
Absolutely.
And if that's something that you'd like, we can have Miss Charlene put it on an agenda,
Yes.
get a hold of Audrey and do it. If that's something you guys
Absolutely.
would,
Yes.
would,
I
okay.
think so. Yes.
And in the audit committee, has there been any decision to start doing any of the things that we consider to be corrective action for phase 1? It's on that released one. One of the things that's required in phase 1 is that we start doing random audits of finance processes to ensure that their internal controls are correct and that there's segregation of duties and reduced opportunities for people to take advantage of weak systems.
Okay, and what I'm gonna say is not through the audit committee that I can speak to, but I know Dr. Gutierrez has a plan and we have spent 10 hours together almost today. And she has a plan that I think,
We will discuss it.
and yeah, and I think it's gonna address
Well,
some of the
okay,
concerns
Remember,
from
what
there.
I'm asking for is the phase 1 that's already released and it's already public.
Yes,
Right.
we will be
So-
discussing it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So next we have board member reports. I'll start with Mr. Wilgis.
Okay. On the internet the other night, a lady was throwing a hissy because she went to Central and she has a son that has an illness and he can't be out in the heat and the sun. I can't remember what she said it was. But Anyway, she took her son to the park to get lunch. And they told him he couldn't have the lunch unless he sat in the park and ate it. And I know I quit taking my kids to lunch through the day because I had to sit in the car while they went in the park and ate. And I said, I'd rather feed them cornmeal at home than sit out in that heat. Cause I can't afford to buy gas to have a car sit there and run with the air conditioning on. Plus, it's hard on the kids to be out there in that heat when it's 80, 90, 100 degrees eating lunch. So I think we need to make a change on the summer lunch program. Make it grab and go like it used to be somehow. If we gotta show our driver's license or something to prove that a report card to prove the kid goes to Cobre School, if that's what the problem is. But, making the kids sit out there in that heat and the parents sit in the heat is wrong. And especially when the kids have illnesses that the heat bothers them. And then the other thing, I got jumped in Miss Harden's community out there. We went out for a Sunday lunch and 3 different people crawled me because they said, why are we cutting counselors at the schools? And I said, news to me. So,
No counselors have been cut.
okay, well, I'm just saying, that's what's going around in the community. And the other thing is there any update on the ADA? I mean, there's still not handicap parking on this building. There's no ramp down at that building. There's no ramp in here to get up. I mean, I am a cripple. I don't like it, but I am. Been this way for 5 years. They told me 5 years ago, they told me I'd never stand. I beat it. Then they told me I would never walk. Well, I'm beating it. But trying to step up these steps is dangerous. So they don't have any grab holds. I have to grab something and hope my hand don't slip. And I don't like falling. I don't like it when the wind blows the hood down across my arm, but that's the good fall. It hurts. Well, I didn't fall because the hood was holding me.
So those are some of the things we've discussed. I've also got, we have to do an ICIP, which is basically related to our capital outlay funds that the legislators, and one of the things we possibly can look at is, and ADA's, it's going to take millions, but what can we start with and that, and maybe it is a focus here on the admin building.
I mean,
And
all the schools have a problem.
right,
And,
so
that's like little things. Well, you was with me one day when that walker caught that crack
yes,
in that ramp.
yes,
It just takes a little thing like that.
right,
And then if I fall, if it's at my age, the big deal is my doctor can force me to go into a nursing home if I fall, because I'm not able to stand up. I had a customer that slipped on a throw rug in her house. Her doctor put her in a nursing home, and that's where she died at. And I don't plan on that happening, just because there's a stupid crack. in
right.
concrete.
And new facilities, the new high school, middle school, with the bond having passed. We have visited today about PSFA and the process for doing that and getting that application going. Which, I mean, that building's how many years old at the high school? 60,
75.
75?
77.
Yeah, so, it does, it has issues that definitely need to be corrected, as do all the schools within the district. And things that I thought we could do, were then told by fire marshal and stuff, well, no, you can't do that. So we've got to make sure that what we do, doesn't actually violate something else and cause a problem. One of them was cutting into curbs where there's a bus lane. And, things like that would make things easier. But, would then create a violation in another area. So we'll be working on that. And Dr. Gutierrez and I have talked about going building to building and looking at that stuff. It's just, it just takes time, and I don't think, I didn't allow her time to go to the bathroom today. I mean, it was one thing after another, and if it wasn't me, it was somebody else. And so we will get to that too, to where we can take a tour. I'm not even sure you've been to every school yet. So, you know, those are some of the things that we're trying to do as well. So it's on a list and is a priority.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
One of the, can I speak?
Sure.
Mr. Wilgus,
ma'am.
one of the things that we decide,
I can't
if
hear
we
you.
decide to do it, we would have our meetings here instead of going like to the audit committee in the other building. This is more accessible to you. So that could solve a little problem right there.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Guadiana.
One of my things is ADA. And the last time we met, we discussed that nothing had been done. We kind of walked the prospect of doing a triage to get things identified right away that we didn't do. We have a parking lot that's right there. It's the only place that he can come up that ramp from, but the parking spaces to that are for regular cars. There's not. And that's all required. The only thing required there is to put up the sign that this is parking for handicap, and to paint the decal of the wheelchair.
There used to be a handicap sign there, but there is no more. But it needs to have at least two for this building.
So that's there, and it's low-lying fruit, low-lying fruit. The lights are there, and they're low-lying fruit. I don't know if those have been changed or not, and I guess we can't engage in that conversation. But this is non-performance. This is just, we're not doing it, period. Not a matter that we need to find out where the money is. These are not cost significant in such a way that they require a bar or anything to make money available to. There's things in here that can be done by pouring a little bit of cement and making ramps. There's plenty of space out there to make.
They made a wood ramp for here, but I haven't seen it for the last 3-4 meetings.
So it's almost what it appears to be is a conscious effort to say, no, we're not going to come up with ADA compliance anywhere, anytime. That's the message it gives me. That's the message I get. And considering that we have a board member and we're doing this, it's unfathomable to me. I think it's really
Kind of falls
substandard.
on deaf ears.
Yeah, it's falling on deaf ears. That's got me up.
Is that-
So that's about all I have to say.
That's,
right
yeah,
now.
okay. Miss Harding, I'll let you go and I'll go last.
Yes, I'd like to thank Jessica Garcia for the Special Olympics. That's really what I specialize in, to see if that they get all this opportunities for them to have. And we have come a long ways, and it is a positive outcome. Jessica has done a tremendous job. And I want to acknowledge these kids. They bring more money than a regular kid does to the schools. So thank you, Jessica. And that's my.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll go ahead with my board member reports. I want to congratulate the Cobre baseball team, Mr. Adrian Alvarado. He made All-State for the New Mexico 3A team. I want to congratulate the softball team too. There was quite a bit of them making. The first team was Bella Size, Alexis Carrillo, Ava Ortiz, and the second team was Esmia Dominguez, Isis Dominguez, Maddie Tellez. Also want to congratulate Mr. Guadiana's son, Mr. Elias Guadiana, along with Cheyenne Medrano and Mateo Salcido. They presented in Santa Fe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Guadiana, Tierra o Muerte, which is like the Tierra Maria
Yeah.
conflict
Yeah,
up there.
yeah.
So I read up on that and they did a very good job on that. On June 4th, it was announced that all 4 of our elementary schools were recognized as model schools by the New Mexico Public Education Department. So Cobre is the only district to earn this prestigious status for every single one of its elementary schools. So congratulations. Summerfest, that's around the corner, July 25th. So anybody that's watching, the vendors or want to participate, please contact the admin office here. I want to mention that on May 29th, we did have staff that retired that had been here for many, many, many years. I didn't list the years that they were here, but I want to recognize them. Michelle Candelaria, Miss Eleanor Pedraza, Amber Shea, Margaret Lopez, Kimberly Springer, Denise Andasola, Nancy Marquez, Alfred Chavez, Dwayne Springer, and Miss Rosalie Rios. So thank you all for your service for here at Cobre. Graduation, I think it was a success. No issues in law enforcement side. I don't think any issues here on at Cobre. The class valedictorian was Itzel Valdez. Class salutatorian was Mateo Salcido. I want to recognize the 10%, top 10% of the class: Kiara Aguirre, Elias Guadiana, Alexis Carrillo, Mateo Salcido, Itzel Valdez, and Olivia Zuniga. So congratulations to them. Moving forward, I just kind of, as you all see the difference on board member reports, I take it, got to look up different things as far as addressing Mr. Wilgis's and Mr. Oleano's concern of the ADA. That is a concern. I just want to reiterate that maybe an email or something to you, Mr. Piper, or now to Dr. Gutierrez would simply, I don't know if it would fix it, but it would bring it up. That way they have the opportunity to do other reports as board members instead of coming here and just saying this and this and this is not done. If they will, I think there's just different communications that we can use as far as board member reports. Again, it's our prerogative of how we establish the board member reports, but your concerns are very important and they're not getting met. So I think we need to move forward on either putting them on the agenda or getting with Dr. Gutierrez now. And we need to fix this, but that way we can all have good reports, because I know that there's more people that reach out to you all, even to me, as far as what the district, how they're succeeding. We get a little bit more than bad than good, but my vision for this is to keep Cobre in the positive, and this is why I recognize them like that. I can have a whole list of what's wrong, but I'd rather address that with you all in an email, and maybe we can do that. But I understand your concerns, and I think we need to move forward with those concerns, and which we've already brought up, and move forward with a plan. So
We just have so many kids in the school system that are in wheelchairs and.
I agree with you, Mr. Willis. I do not disagree with you and Mr. Williana. So on the board member reports, we'll move forward, and we'll discuss your items later too. So next we'll move to the interim superintendent report, event and updates.
My final one, I guess, huh? So, the marquee at the high school. Just want to let you know, we have found a vendor to look at it. We are on their schedule, but they have not confirmed a date. So, we've been trying parts, we've been doing this, we've actually found somebody that's gonna come and look at it. And, Dr. Gutierrez and I visited about this already again today. And it's like, you know what, if it's not fixable, let's replace it. Because it's been like that all year. So, and for 2 years.
Yeah.
So it is on a vendor schedule. There was a PO. We will probably have to issue a new purchase requisition because of the fiscal year and void this one and then move on. So, so that is being done.
Sorry, I made the statement last time I was here, when we had talked about the sign, the marquee. And I made the statement that, at the recent, training session, I talked to somebody about the sign. He looked up the manufacturer, he looked up the sign and was able to find who put it up. And said they have proprietary parts. And I don't think she understood that.
Oh.
And
okay.
if you have proprietary parts, you can't put other parts in there. That won't work. And so that really needs to be looked at. And I was cut short in that, discussion. And it was like, okay, we're going to fix it this way.
And
Doesn't work.
I think the parts that have been recommended by the manufacturer. And like I said, they say, try this, and we try it, and it doesn't work. And we're sitting here buying parts and we're paying the money, and then it's not working. So I think having somebody look at it, and if they can't identify what it is, it just needs to be replaced.
Well,
So.
either that, or we need to contact the contractor to put it up, because if they use proprietary systems, even if they buy it from the manufacturer, they modify them so that they're proprietary and nobody else can fix it but them.
So, and like I said, I know there is somebody looking at it. So, the ICIP, which is our capital outlay plan that has to come now. The original deadline was set for July 1. Since this is the first year for educational institutions, they've extended that out to the end of August. So we have some time on that. So what we're looking at is, this is supposed to be a 5-year plan of what sort of projects are we looking for. We will then prioritize them, and we can change them. We can even edit them up until I believe the 1st of November. So Dr. Gutierrez and I are going to visit about a few of the different plans and projects and stuff. I was in playing with the system just to make sure I know what needs to be done. And I just put in elementary playground upgrades. But there's like 6 little boxes we have to go to. Priscilla Lucero is awesome. She said, get with me when you have to do the legislative language, because I guess that is one of the keys to getting funded, is how you present your legislative language within your projects. So we'll be working on that with her and get those projects identified and done. The one thing we will ask for is board approval of the projects so that we can then move forward with the plan. And Dr. Gutierrez needs to get logged in. I've got the information on how to get her into the system, and then we'll go from there. So the capital outlay, if this plan is not done, we do not qualify for capital outlay money in the 27 legislative session. So very important that we get that done.
This include the building funding?
No, this is just well, it was like the softball stadium money that came. We've had some security money. Last year we put in for some maintenance equipment. Our forklift is shot. So we put in for like a forklift, one of those, I think they call it a skid steer. I call it like the little bobcat that's got all sorts of attachments and stuff to help the maintenance department. And so that's what it was, I'm going to say $175,000 that we received last year. That money will probably come available in November. And that's another thing that Priscilla Lucero can act as a fiscal agent on, so that we can access the funds immediately. So, okay. The bank. We went to the bank today. So we have a letter that we can take tomorrow that will remove myself. Ms. Harden and President Carrillo are on it, as well as Dr. Gutierrez. So we were at the bank today to make sure that stuff all got switched over and as needed. Summerfest was mentioned already. It's a great event. Like to thank all the vendors and stuff. Ms. Dominguez has been very busy recruiting and stuff, monetary donations, and just working with Freeport. They've always brought simulators and stuff, and working with the MC. I think Raul has always emceed it, and he's a character. So I've had the opportunity of being on his radio show a couple times, and you just never quite know where he's going to lead you. And then the one thing that I really missed here in Cobre was a scholarship night. Any district I've been before had a scholarship night prior to graduation where the students were recognized, because I can guarantee you there were scholarships offered by NMSU, UNM. I know the Elks Club offers scholarships, and we've just got to make sure that our kids are applying for these scholarships. And then I think like a scholarship night that recognizes stuff like that. And Miss Taylor McWhorter. I'm sure she had some stuff from her Miss Grant County, maybe possibly scholarship wise. I know she received the NMSBA scholarship for Cobre, and I was actually a little surprised because typically you don't get it 2 years in a row. And I think Cobre's received it 2 years in a row.
I think
So,
it's once every 3 years you don't get it.
oh, is it? Okay. So, so was happy for that. But I think, it would be nice to recognize, students for that type of a thing. And, get it put together as well as a list of possible scholarships. I know there were times when I was in Lordsburg where the Elks Club was in Lordsburg and there wasn't a single applicant to the Elks Lodge from a Lordsburg student. And the Animas kids applied and they received it. And so I think it's the type of thing that, we need to figure out what scholarships are available. Knights of Columbus usually do stuff as well. And I think it'd be something that we, could recognize the kids. Plus, I think also maybe figure out what scholarships are available and that. So I'm sure the valedictorian salutatorian had scholarship offers. I don't know what they were, but it would be nice, I think, to have that stuff out there and show what our kids received. In Tier C one year, wasn't superintendent, just there in the crowd, but one of the young ladies got a full ride scholarship for all 4 years to the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. At that time, valued at $125,000. I mean, it's incredible. And I'll tell you what, we've got some great students here and they deserve to be recognized. And we need to do a better job, I think, of making sure that they know what's available to apply for. So, and that concludes my report.
Well, Mr. Piper, want to tell you thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
because whether you agreed with me or whether I didn't agree with you on certain things, you always kept it professional. And your work here, it doesn't go unnoticed, okay? You came in as an interim, and you helped us through the whole process, even of choosing Dr. Gutierrez and you being here. So there's times that we probably didn't even tell you thank you. There's probably times that you were like, oh, I don't even want to talk to Hector right now. But you know what? So you kept it professional, and that's what it's about. If we agree or don't agree, we still work through
Right.
things, and that's somewhere
Yeah.
we want to move forward as a board. But thank you for your time here, sir.
Well, and I'd like to thank you guys. I
Thank you
mean,
very
through your
much.
support, we passed the bond, we passed the SB 9. I mean, that was the community that did that. We released that $1.2 million in capital outlay money that had been tied up. And that was, working with Howie Morales, Luis Terrazas, Gabriel Ramos. I mean, everybody, the public ed department and Priscilla Lucero. I mean, there's a lot that has been accomplished. When I look back at it and I say, you know what? I think at least we have access to some of these funds, and I didn't want to lose that money.
Right.
And you've got my number. If you call me, my personal number, she's got my personal number already. She said, download the contacts. And she says, well, where's yours? I said, well, here's my personal one. So
Thank you, sir.
anything you guys need, definitely let me know. I know we'll be in contact about PSFA and some of that stuff. And I'm excited. I've spent the day with this young lady because she can't get into the senior community, just to be sure. So, well, I wish I couldn't. So, but I'm confident that the district's in good hands. And thank you guys. And great staff, great students. And I've enjoyed my time.
Well, thank you again.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Piper.
Mhm.
Too bad we didn't get on the course. But
He's
I
not
would've-
going until the third.
Right, yeah.
there you go. But it's good to know you. You're a very straightforward person in talking, and what you say is believable, is certainly the case. No second guessing. We're frank about things, and I appreciate that.
Even when we don't agree.
Do we not agree ever?
Principal salaries.
Mhm.
Once in a while.
Okay. All right, so
3
we're,
days out of 4. 4 days out of 3.
It's nice been putting up with, working with you.
so we'll move on now to number 10, executive session. So executive session is hereby given so that the Cobre Board of Education will meet in executive session for the following purposes as permitted under the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. A, as permitted under the section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act to discuss limited personnel matters, specifically, number one, for legal counsel to advise regarding investigation of employee complaint. And number two, for the superintendent to update the typo, the board regarding employee movements and contemplated reclassifications. I'll need a motion.
I move to go into executive sessions for the aforementioned criteria.
I have a motion, second?
Yeah.
And we'll do a roll call. Mr. Wilgus?
Yeah.
Mr. Williana?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Ms. Begay? And Ms. Harden?
Yes.
We are now in executive session. Okay, the time is. We will reconvene in open session at the conclusion of executive session for statement affirming that no action was taken in executive session and that discussions were limited to the items listed in the agenda for executive session. Need a motion? Motion second?
Second.
And a second individual roll call. Ms. Harden,
Yes.
Mr. Juliana?
Yes.
Yes.
And yes for Mr. Wilgis, who's sitting right over there. And yes for me. So we're back in open session, 9:30. And now we'll move to number 12, adjournment.
I move to adjourn.
A motion
second.
and a second. We're adjourned.